Boom, boom. Study time. Honestly, playing Zenless last night taught me anything. All my saved up gotcha currency. After that, I was like, everybody's so good. Then, changed the feature that nobody asked to change. Made me wait. And I in the car. Hey, sub. Alright, let's start this MOC course. Well, let's start, but continue where we left off for part 3. It is 14 parts total. Part has like sub parts in it. Been through pretty good. It's been kind of nice though. I feel like it. All right, I need my timers. What timers? I almost forgot the timers. All right. So just like same as yesterday, going for about 45, 50 minutes. Take 10 minutes breaks. So we kind of a bit more focus, hopefully. Hours of our program which asks the user to type in upper limit. The program then prints out numbers so that each subsequent numbers, the previous one doubled, starting from the number 1. That is, the program prints out hours of 2. Execution of the program finishes when the next number to be printed would be greater than the limit set by the user. No number greater than the limit should be printed. This one. Equal. And it's supposed to double. So from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. So it would just be like number plus equals, right? Oh, is that now? That work? No. I guess that's not something you can do in statement. I was hoping I could be lazy and just wrap it all in one. Yeah. So it's just plus equal. But why did it stop at 4? It should still run 8. Oh, because of the... Did I have it print number twice? No, because then it'll... Hmm. How do I do this? Because it needs to print the first number. So it needs to print number 1. And then it needs to print number 2, number 4, number 8. But it didn't print 8. Because when it increases, does the increase to the number? Did I just do wild truth? Hmm. I don't think that fixes it. Yeah. Oh, oops. Oh, why did I write list there? Yeah, no, I got stuck in an int. Wait, why did it get... Did it even make it to... Oh, I wouldn't be able to see. Oh, it would... This just needs to be... Pretty sure. Okay. Number less than the limit, it would add the number 2 itself. Okay, no, that's still the problem. I do need to give it... I should flip these. What I should do. Oh wait, why did I... I thought I already had, like, needed to put a space. The problem is it's still gonna print the 32, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I know it's like an ordering problem. When I had this together, 8 wouldn't work. Yeah. Okay. Unless it's a case of just okay. That was just I needed to put a less than or equal to sign. I kind of figured that might have been the problem. Yeah. No, this is gonna be a little tricky because you're not supposed to use the true. Never mind, that works. Right, because it would increase the number after and then it would check it. Created program for previous exercise so the user gets to input also the base, which is multiplied. Base was oh, I finally got my last Diaspora katana that I needed today. So I could make a defensive one. Should hopefully make between that and having Leviathan fully transcended should hopefully make Colossus a little comfier. I haven't tried a Colossus run. So oh, we still actually. Also, speaking of, Leviathan was pretty generous yesterday. I got a katana, a dagger, and an axe. Oh, pretty nice little turnout. Easy to type in the limit. The program then calculates the sum of consecutive until the sum is at least equal to. Yeah. Calculates the sum of consecutive numbers. So it starts from 1. And then it goes 1 plus 2 until it equals the actual number. I forget it also. No, it's still in order. So the number is less than or equal to the limit. Number, I don't want it printing every number. So that has to be moved down here anyway. Um, it's kind of weird because like it works for the 2. I wasn't too surprised that it didn't work for the 10 the first time. And I was a little surprised that it didn't work for the 18. Uh, 3, 7. Oh, because it's not actually. Oh, that's why. Okay. Alright. Well, this was wrong to begin.
hippity hoppity, you are Yubi is my property.
No, I need them. Which one? Which one? Right now. Okay, no, it's still need. If number 0. This is such a simple thing, but it's like tripping my brain up. That's not what it wants it to do. It wants it to go from 1 plus 3, going 1 plus 1. So if anything, it probably is the yeah. So this works again. This did not work. Why did it go to 10? Why did it go all of a sudden to 55? There is no shot. One plus 2 equals 3. 3 plus 3 equals 6. 6, 10. Why did it not just stop here? Oh, because okay, that's why. Because it's answer. The check. There we go. I was like, wait, why did it go to 55? It should have stopped at 10. Does it work for the other one? Yeah, okay, there we go. That was the thing. I needed to initialize another value. Build strings of shorter string plus operator. Bro, I don't know what's going on with my like mouse wheel. It's always an issue I have with this mouse I have. The mouse wheel hits a point where I'll scroll down and then it'll be like there's like a rebound and it'll scroll up instead. And then it'll do the same thing like in the other version. Like if I try to scroll up, it'll just randomly scroll down. And I think it's just an issue with the scrolling mechanism inside. Except the last time I had it, it took a while before that started acting up. This one's like already acting up. Man, I'm Singles have failed you. You need gachapin right now. Start making the calls. Start lining it up. Be like, please, I'm begging. Gachapin. Right meow. Honestly, yeah, my singles this year have been pretty bad. Actually, kind of not really. Whatchamacallit? They've been bad in the fact that I don't have any new characters. I guess I'll say that. My last single pull got me a gold man. It pulled the psych on me. The outer crystal, like the first crystal, was the SR colored, and then it went psych, and it was an SSR. But it was a gold moon, so I slip. I sleep. Micro screwdrivers kind of stuffed out. Very easily slapdash something together for Hexa at least with Christmas Eve. You have all the characters. Oh really? She's that good with the. I'm assuming it's what like Cosmos and something else. Is it the Cosmos Uni lineup that you talked about, or is it a different one? Version of the program in the previous section. In addition to the result, it should also print out. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, no, if I started from 1, yeah, the main problem is that I can't start this number by 1 because it throws off the rest of the calculation. And then, uh, it keeps adding this plus unnecessarily at the end. I don't know how to get it to like. It's just an order problem. Well, it's an order problem, and it's a like when it catches problem. I needed to catch before this. And go Cosmos for Zoe. Backlighting. One guy. The one with Rising Force with no instead of horse. That was like a character I haven't used in ages. Like actual ages. I used to use him a bunch with Summer Shiva. Also calculation. I feel like the only way I get this to work is I need to make this start from 1, figure out how to make it catch itself. I actually don't under. Doesn't. Oh, because it increases the answer here and then it prints it. That's why. Yeah, so that solves that problem. So it won't start at 0 and it won't start. But then I now have this other issue where it goes higher than it needs on the calculations. Oh, I could just have it break, I guess. Maybe do that. No, because it's still. How does it go past it? Because the answer should hit 10. But for some reason, it's going past it. Like, why? What is it doing? Oh, I think. Oh, I think. No, never mind. I don't understand why. It's still just going past it. But it's not adding correctly. That's why. It's not actually adding it correctly. Why is it not adding it correctly? Oh, because I think I have to have them starting at the same number. Yeah. That's just a mathematic problem. Since I didn't have them starting at the same number, it was off. So what was happening was I was expecting answer to start at 1. Well, they weren't lined up properly. Yeah, like these two numbers basically have to match for this specific like instance. Because it wasn't actually going like 1 plus 2. It seemed like it in the calculations, but it actually wasn't doing that. All right, like what was happening was that since I had the number start at 1 and the answer starts at 0, since here it goes number plus equals 1. I guess I could have probably just flipped this, put answer plus equal number, so that way it starts. It'll always be 1. Let me try that. That might also have been a solution. Yes and no. It still would have gone to 5. It would have stopped at 10, but it would have gone to 5. So it has to be that. Or not necessarily has to, but I feel like this is like what it kind of just needs to be. Combine or concatenate it with the multiplication operator. Operation draws a pyramid. Number of layers in the pyramid. I read this. I was doing the pyramid thing. Oh, we're almost due for break, so I'll start the thing later. But I was reading the exercise. And I just finished reading about a pyramid, and then I read it as like please write a pyramid instead of please write a program. I was just like, what? Why would you man do that? My brain. Crazy. Break time. 10-minute break. I'll go back to writing the pyramid thing. One of these days, I need to stop like procrastinating and clean my keyboard. But yeah, I'm hoping with that third diaspora katana kind of comfortably make my way through Colossus. Colossus so far has been the stingiest out of all of the Magna 3s for me, though. Kind of sad because fire is kind of like the element I tend to invest the most into. Points at my 2 Crimson skills. To be fair, that's just my luck, though. I don't go out of my way to actually get stuff. But it's like duplicates. But then points at like having almost all the ground fire characters -1. Also slightly by accident because I didn't spark rain. Sure did spark all the other ones though. Wildness. Percy. Michael. Michael was a hard spark. I was waiting for that for so long. I think Michael was originally the reason I always like kept a back pocket spark. Like I wouldn't spark if I didn't have like 2 sparks saved up. Because I was just waiting for her playable version to come out. That was a pretty decent test in willpower. Now I don't really have a character like that anymore. Now I just have multiple sparks saved up just because I don't feel like pulling. I'm gonna stop buying mice with like ridged side panels. Kind of a pain to clean these up. Kind of a pain to clean these up, honestly. I would say I do need to find something to do while I'm like on the break. Even though it's a pain to clean this up, it is being a bit of a distractor. My brain a break. Because the problem is when I just sit there and like don't do anything, I just keep staring at the MOC instead of actually giving my brain a break. You know what would be great for that? Getting a gunpla kit, like one of the SD kits. You know what's the problem though? That costs money. Money I don't have. I do want to get back into building at least like really basic gunpla models. As much as I want to own like Warhammer figures, I don't think I could actually get back into getting those. Mostly because I have to paint them myself. I wasn't the absolute worst, but in before still no Raphael. You know, the chances of that happening would be pretty high if they randomly just released a wind grant that gave the backline seraphic support that wasn't Raph. Honestly, I really think somebody in inside games just really doesn't like Raphael. I feel like they rotate who's in charge of allowing like for character designs, and And because like that's the other way I can explain how some elements just get so shafted like out of nowhere. You message, yeah, a couple of them have been mixing it up. Some of them still get caught by auto mod from time to time, even with the new ones. But yeah, they've been upgrading. I wonder if anybody ever actually like pays for stuff like that. I know in YouTube for a while, I don't know if it was still a thing. Back when I was deciding or still trying to make like video content for YouTube, uh there was this like ad thing or you could push that YouTube had built in that you could like spend money to promote your video or whatever. And there was a bunch of videos like breaking down the logistics of that. Relatively interesting to learn. Didn't really care for like actually using it though. But generally, as in most things that are business, you generally have to spend money to make money. Within like certain parameters, obviously. General rule of thumb is you have to invest something if you want something out of some stuff. Whether that's time or money, it just depends on the person. I break some over. Mouse is moderately more clean than it was before the break started. Also, I just realized in my mini screwdrivers, one of the sizes is missing. And I don't remember if that was always like that or if that's a new thing. What happens when you have more than one set of mini screwdrivers? Unless you're CEO, in which case your farts print money. I mean, to be fair, CEOs still invest a decent amount of their time. But it is kind of like, well, for the most part, the company, the fruit of your labors, right? As long as we ignore the sometimes nepo people that get in there and then burn a company to the ground because they don't know what they're doing. Honestly, I'd never want to be a CEO though. Would never want to be a CEO. Too much. All right, break time over. Ads are starting soon. Going back into the study, aka breaking my brain. Ah, it's a tweet. Use it for string. Padaru. I mean, I had to do it to it. I had to do it. For sure. Prince three characters. Playing program, then prints it underline quotation. Prints the second line with as many dash characters. Also includes the light. Oh no, I can't do this. I was hoping to like kind of cheat a little bit, but I need to actually keep the input. Strings are essentially sequences of any single character also be retrieved. Operator or records as a character with the index specified in the bracket. Index refers to a position in the string counting up from 0. First character in the string has index 0, second character is 1, so on and so forth. Since the first character in a string has index 0, the last character has the -1. The following program prints out the first and last characters. Negative indexing access characters counting at the end of the string. The last character in a string is index -1, so then the second from the last. Go ahead. Try to index. Access and index. Error is caused by bar when character. Technically check for the length of the input string. String length of 0 caused an error. It's called. You know, I never checked if numcheck catches. Well, I guess it would because it'd be an empty string instead of a integer. I guess I could add that to the numcheck. Have it check if the length of the string is 0 or is less than 0. No, equals 0. I can do that. Oh, fuck it. That's what I imagine. Sorry. Just one of those days. Oh no, I didn't wake up early, but I guess the sleep wasn't that great because I woke up feeling I didn't sleep at all. I feel like it might have been my dog's fault. He didn't wake me up, but I was waking up earlier in the morning. He kept like jumping on and off the bed. Don't know why. Don't touch me. Let's see. Please write a program that asks a user for a string. Program then print first from end to beginning. Each character should be a separate line. Oh, this will be kind of interesting. I didn't really mess around with like reverse strings all too much in the MIT course. Like we knew about them. They definitely covered it, but we didn't really do much with it. At least in the programs I had looked, or the problem sets I had looked at. That's a user for sure. Go. Hmm. I guess it's because it's hard. X equals -3. So that it needs to go backwards. Oh. I think there should be a for loop. They haven't taught us the for loops yet. I'm kind of restricting myself. I didn't think of the day, but of all characters, I'm surprised that they put Squirrel Girl as a character in Marvel Rivals. I mean, he has a pretty decent following. I've known about Squirrel Girl forever. Like, I feel like Squirrel Girl is just one of those Marvel characters where it's like you think nobody knows about it, then you like say the name and you see like a bunch of meerkats pop up like Squirrel Girl. To me, I'm less surprised that Squirrel Girl is in, and more surprised at how popular she's been. I've seen some like Marvel Rival art when I like scroll through Twitter, and a decent amount of it's been like Squirrel Girl. And I'm just like, huh. Well, I guess like whatever gets retweeted by people I follow. I don't know how actually popular it is. Grand scheme of things, but I was just like, huh, interesting. Continue scrolling. So the main issue is how am I gonna make it? Because hmm, no, this needs to be max in or end in. Or length of string. No, it needs to be the other thing that I had. Like this needs to be 0. There we go. Big brain. I don't know. That's like the cleanest way to do it, but I feel like that's like a pretty decent way of doing it, and what limited capabilities I have. Took a bit to try to like sort it in my brain. Like, how am I gonna do this? But that works pretty good. Good title that one. Oh, write a program that asks the user for a string. The program then prints out a message based on whether the second and the second to last character are the same or not. Isn't that slightly easier? Right. Jeff the Land Shark, one of the various originally pet characters like Jeff. I think considering the hamster in Overwatch. I mean, to be fair, Hammond had a ball of death he was in. All right, I don't know if we can just be like, well, he's a hamster. I'm just saying. Come on, gotta put some. As much as I hate how they set up his kit, some respect on Wrecking Ball. Come on. To be honest, I forgot Jeff existed. I remember hearing about him like like a long time ago, and then I completely forgot because I kind of just I don't know. I don't really keep up too much with like comics and stuff. Like I watch the movies here and there and stuff like that. But I remember I had a friend who was like, "Look at this, he's so cute." I was like, "Oh, what's that? Oh, nice, cute, short, short, short." And then Marvel Rivals got him back to the forefront, as he should be, as he should be. Like, easy. It's a rectangle of hash characters. Is right program which asks things using shown in the example below. Execution ends when the user inputs an empty. It's just enter. Oh, so it needs to just loop through. Yeah. Mellow. It says in the first line using a loop. Sometimes I want to slap myself. Let's see. Oh, actually. Hmm. I think I would just make a program which has execution and so it needs to be it needs to have the start, which is the top, and then it needs also needs to be in the while loop. String. At the very least, the first two need to be a thing. Yeah, I would just make this a function, probably. Please write a program which asks the user for a string and then prints it out so that exactly 20 characters are displayed. If it is shorter than 20 characters, the beginning of the line is filled in with asterisk. You assume the input string is at most. Okay. This one's actually kind of. Yeah, please type in a string length. I don't need this. Less than 20. Wait, why is that it? Oh, right. Regular. Gorgor. I lost count. I wiggled the mouse and I lost where I was at. Because Python is 6, so there should be like 14 of these. Yeah, there's. I got to 10 and I thought there was 4 left. Alright, that one, like, I probably would have stumped me for a bit. Please write a program which asks the user for a string, then prints out a frame of asterisk characters with the word in the center. The width of the frame should be 30 characters long. You may assume the input string will always fit inside the frame. Okay, this one's gonna be kind of rough. Uh, uh, what the? It needs to be in the middle. The width is always going to be 30. So width equals 30. And then we need to do a frame, so it needs to have a top and a bottom of 30 asterisks. And then the word has to be in the middle. This is like a caveat, or like not the caveat. This is like the case where I talk about where they like Tokyo drift into something like much more difficult. But this one's like kind of in a fun way because it intrigues me. I don't like the last one where it's just like simple quadratic formula, baby, and it's like touch me. Oh, like the top and the bottom are easy because you just have it print uh like asterisk 30 times. Bottom was asterisk 30 times. The middle part is the weird part because it needs uh it needs an asterisk at the beginning and an asterisk at the end, and then the word in the middle. Because you need to turn it into like a string, right? Like put the string, like concatenate the string. So it would have to be like the length of the string subtracted 30 minus that, then you divide that by 2, and then that goes on either side of the string. And then it needs to be like -1 because you need the asterisk. So it'd be like base equals the length 30 minus the string length. And then this needs to be divided by 2. And then this needs to be like -1. Because then it's like print print border times width print border print border space. Oh, there's 2 space. Space and then space len. Which then has string. And then you just copy the rest of it back. There's probably like a way easier like way to do this. Is the only way I know. Single. Oh wait, actually, why did I f-string this? I'm concatenating. Why did I f-string that? That's so. I knew ahead of time I was gonna concatenate it, and then I just tried to set it up in an f-string. Okay, does it work? No. Why? Can't multiply sequence by non-integer of a type float. Where is it a float? Oh. I guess I could have just done like divide, divide. We did it. I don't know how that was good. Well, we kind of did and we kind of didn't. We're off by a little bit on the testing one. On the Python one, it came out nice. On the testing one, not so much. Hmm. Why did it not come out nicely on the testing one? Like I know it's an odd number, so it's not gonna like divide nicely. I guess I could do like an if statement, like in between. Hmm. I don't know how to fix it for when it's odd. You may print out the word in either of the two possible senses. Hmm. Oh, I guess I could just do that. Yeah, and then it like evens it back out. That was a fun little project. I enjoyed that one. I don't really know if I did it 100% correct, but it looks basically like the answer. The border thing kind of threw me off a little bit. That was actually kind of cool to mess around with. See, this is what I'm talking about. It's cool little like exercises they give you in the program that like kind of they kind of like prime your brain to think a bit more abstractly about how to use the skills they're teaching you. I am a very big fan of that. Substring string characters that form a part. Ah, Python programming the process of substrings. So this slices two terms. Getting an end index. Correct. You slice begins at index A and end the last character before index. Oh, break time. Oh, going a little slower today than we did yesterday, but been pretty interesting. I don't know. I like it. Ugh. I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I decided not to be super lazy. There was like I think it was like what, like 2 weekends ago or something, that I had one of those weekends where my brain was so like it was kind of just fuzzy all weekend, and it was like I wanted a game, but I couldn't really focus on the gaming, and then I was like, and so then I just decided to just Google through extra info for coding stuff and like what kind of things you can do for work for it, which led me to discover a couple of lesson plans and courses and stuff like that. And this MLOC was one of them. And to be honest, pleasantly surprised. Pleasantly surprised. I really wasn't expecting like too much out of it. I thought it would kind of just be a almost copy paste in a way of uh the MIT one. Because a lot of times when something's considered like really good, other places kind of just copy it, do the whole like copy my homework, but don't but make it different maneuver. But I've been pleasantly surprised. A lot of the exercises for this one are really really nice. Also, today is either well, to be honest, with how like humanly chilly it's been, today's probably gonna be like a rice and soup day. Because either that or eat another bowl of carbonara. Also, supposedly, like there's a chance that my impromptu mini house to myself vacation might be coming to an end tomorrow, but I haven't been. Usually, I get a text messages. Well, actually, no. Recently, they've been just texting me when they're on their way back. But I don't know. My parents saw a house over where they've been looking. That was pretty good price. A really nice house. So they went to go check it out and stuff, which means should probably actually start packing things a decent amount. At least the stuff that I don't use on a regular basis. Cleaning stuff. Probably should have started that a little sooner, but what can I say? Procrastination's in my bones. It's in bones. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why my brain is just wired to put things off. Like it understands having my area in a state of readiness is like long term more efficient, you know, for when it's like, hey, it's time to go. I'm not like, oh shit, you know, panic, panic, putting stuff up and doing what I usually do, which is open box, grab things, throw in box, squeeze box shut, duct tape it so it doesn't open, rinse, repeat, and then move and be like, I don't know where all my stuff's at. Why not? Like, do it in randomly. So yeah, we probably organize, put stuff in boxes. To be fair, I pulled like I'm staring at a pile of books that I pulled out because one time I think it was early this year, like in New Year's. Like I think it was like January, February. I went downstairs to discover that like my dad was like doing repairs on the sink. Well, specifically on the garbage disposal, it had been acting up. Well, no, I think that just the sinks and the pipes in general. But he had like one of the hoses disconnected, and it was supposed to be the um the valve was supposed to be closed, and apparently it was just an old faulty valve because we didn't really replace any of those when we moved in. And I go downstairs to refill water. It was pretty late. I think it was like probably close to midnight, and I just see the hose just gushing out water onto the wood stuff, and I'm like, that's a problem. So actually, I think no, I think it might have been even later than that. But like, I go over, well, because like I hear running water when I go. No, I think I went to the bathroom. I don't remember the exact. I know I like something tipped me off to check because it was like at a time of the night where like the kitchen light was off, and like I went to go check because I was like, why is there water? And then like I saw the hose going, and I was like, oh, that's a problem. So then I go over to my dad, who's like been asleep for a while, and I'm like, oi, 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 wake up. He's like, oh, what? I'm like, the hose you disconnected is leaking water. Like it's just gushing water out. His response was, then just turn it off. And then he rolled over and went back to sleep. And in that moment, the usually the bigger part of my brain, which is the always angry part, wanted to like slap him in the back and be like, would you get your ass out of bed? But then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just go deal with it. So I kept trying to like, basically, nothing worked, right? I would technically open the valve, it would still be the same amount of water, and then technically close the valve, and it'd be the same amount of water. And I was just like, bro, it's so late. I don't know how to do any of this. I just want to go sleep because I was like tired. Long story short, I went upstairs. My brain went, man, if I leave that water running, it's gonna be running for another like bunch of hours, like a 6 minimum, because usually my dad gets up at like 6. And like it's probably gonna rot the wooden board and stuff, and it's gonna be a whole shit show. Mom's gonna lose her shit, and it's gonna be a lot of work, and then I'm gonna have to do stuff. I like emptied out one of my storage little storage, well, not little, it's like regular size storage crates that I had that was full of like books, and I just like pulled all the books out of it. I don't have like a bookcase here in my room. And then I just took that tub and I just basically put it so that the hose would because oh yeah, because originally there was like a little bucket that I put down there that I had filling, and then I realized when I went down like 30 minutes later that I wasn't gonna cut it because the bucket was like full in like 30 minutes. So that's when I came upstairs and I got I was just like, what can I fucking use that's like big enough? And then I grabbed that, and it did the job. Because my mom was like, thanks, because that would have been a shit show if you didn't do that. And my dad, I was like, so just turn it off, huh? And he's like, look, I thought you meant the faucet. I was like, yeah, the faucet you. Uh, I was definitely busting his chops about that one for a while. But yeah, I never put the books back in that. Like the crates just open because I left it like airing out because it just barely contained the water just long enough. Like I think it was like slightly overflowing by the time my dad got up. So he was able to like I think he went out and I think he like shut off the water valve like outside. And then because we know where it is. We have the stuff for it. And he went, and then he found out that the valve was faulty, the one at the bottom. So he replaced it. He went to Home Depot, got a replacement. But basically, it's just an example of my procrastination. That's been like since the beginning of the year. That like tub has been dry long time ago. I could have put those books back in. I just never did. It's not like I've been reading them either. Granted, and it's a tub of books I haven't read yet. I used to read a lot of books. I used to read a lot, especially before I started streaming. Well, before I started streaming, before I started reading web novels, because now if I read, I just go read web novels. Because I'm sitting at my computer anyway, and like I don't know, maybe I should probably at least like work through my books that I have. But to be fair, they came in handy when there was like 2-3 days last winter that we didn't have any power. We didn't have any power. I think it was for like 2 days, and then we didn't have internet. I think for like 3 or 4 days. I just read my books. It was cold too, though. All right, break over. Back on the grind. Back on the knowledge kid. Boop, 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 boop. At the beginning and the end of indexes. Yeah, we read that earlier. Yeah, it still kind of trips me up a little bit though when you index. A will be 0, or like not necessarily. Well, like say we're for example the alphabet, A through Z. Right, and you're like, well, I want A, B, C, D. So you go, all right. So the index starts at 0. So A is 0, B is 1, C is 2, D is 3, and you're like, all right. Did I say E? Even if I didn't say it before, we're including it. E is 5 or E is 4, right? Because since it starts at 0, you have to like knock a number off. So the beginner brain wants to be like, well, if I want A through E, then obviously it's telling it to grab 0 through 4. But if you tell it 0 through 4, it'll go A, B, C, D. Because, like, I'm pretty sure there has to be a reason for it. It's just kind of weird that when it's indexing, I don't know if it's just a Python thing or that's just coding in general. I think it might just be coding in general, where it's like it'll index up to but excluding the final index. So like if you go, I want from 0 to 4, it's going to be like, okay, you want everything but the fourth character. And it's like, so, it'd be like you want everything like up to including the third character, even though the like it's really weird. Like it's one of those things where my brain went shrug. That's just how it works because literally that's just what they say. Somebody asked that in the MIT lecture, the open course lecture I was watching. One of the answers was just well, one of the questions the student had was like, well, why does it not include the final index? And the professor was literally like, it's just how coding works. And I was just like, all right, lock it down. That's just how coding works. But it's still something I think back and I'm like, it's so weird that it's like there has to be some sort of thing that made it so that it works. Like that's just the way it needs to work. To be fair, it might just have something to do with how since it starts at 0 is probably why that does that. Please write a program which asks the user to type in during the program, then prints out all the substrings in with first character, shortest to the one. Oh, it's supposed to be a. Well, because like usually it specifies if it wants a loop. But this time it just says a program. So I think what it wants me to do is just do like type string and then print, you know, string 0, string 0, 2, string 0, 3, 0. Oh shit. All right, I never. Oops, making a mistake. Forgot to. Yeah, see, here's like kind of. Okay, it worked. It worked for everything. Oh, I was like, wait, why did it give me an error? The funny thing is, you could probably like it's probably a lot easier to just go to a 4. Oh, it did not work. Oh, is this where I need to do like length range? Oh, this is kind of where this kind of. Yeah. Because the problem is if I plus one this, it's not print at all. Oh, it does. Why does it? Actually, I'm kind of intrigued by why that does that. Like, I know the plus one is what you do when you want it to, like, at the end, but shouldn't the first one start at the E? Because I'm adding the plus one. Oh, wait, no, because it's starting at 0. Well, no, it should start at TE, though, shouldn't it? Because I'm telling it I want it to start at. Unless, like, just in this. Well, yeah, I'm telling it to start at 0 and end at 0 plus 1. I think it's just because there's no. Like, that is the end, right? Like, T is the beginning and the end of that range for I. Need to visualize it. Because, like, for loops is something I'm still a little shaky on. I'm better at, like, while loops. I definitely learned how to do the for loops a bit better with when I was doing the functions on on the calculator. Yeah, it's because it's like there that is the cap. I'm so, I'm just gonna shrug and say that's just how it works. We haven't been taught for loops yet though. Yeah, for loops, I still get a little tripped up with like range length. I think mostly because it's like range length is for strings, and then length is if it's a list. Actually, I don't even know if you need to do it in a list. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know. While loops are just like I think the reason like while loops I feel is just more less thinking involved of like catching things. I think like for loops are definitely better once you have like more practice and you kind of just understand things a bit more intrinsically. Because like Rook's mentioned, where he's just like for loops like most of the times because it's better. There's definitely parts where like while loops are okay or what you want, but when it comes to like iterating through things and stuff that the beginning and end point, it's like for loops are generally the way to go. String contains a particular substring. Program below lets the user search for program. Open. Found it. ABC. Not 10. ABC. Not even the 1, 2, 3s or the do re mi. Program S. prints out different messages. Contains any vowels, any of the vowels A, E, or O. I was about to say, there's no way they said any of the vowels and only put 3 of them. May assume the input case in time. Hmm. I think I'm gonna write this one kind of basic. I think I'd have to make a list for the other one. Okay, yeah, so it does have to be. I do want really slow. Hmm. Is there a way I can clean this up in a way that, I don't quote unquote cheat by using knowledge I know ahead of time? Probably not. There's a video of Pause Zero Sol using Zoe. In YouTube's defense, the more you look up something, the more it's gonna be like, oh hey, look at this. So you kind of shot yourself in the foot by looking up the Zoe stuff, because now anything that has like some sort of popularity or kind of uptick on it, they're just gonna be like, Zolaria. You remember the Zoe? You remember that Zoe? Operator. If a substring exists in a string, will not be used when finding out where exactly it is. Python string method find. Excuse me. Used for this purpose, it makes the substring searched for as an argument. Turns either the first index word is found or the negative one if the substring is. The image below illustrates how it is used. Both we use the string find method for quite similar functions. But distinct methods are always attached to the entity named before the method. I like when I scroll down and then like the page goes up. That please write a program which asks the user to type in a string in a single character. Prints the first three characters, which begins with the character specified. You may assume the input string is at least 3 characters long. Print out 3 characters or else nothing. Pay special attention to when there are less than 2 characters left in the string. After the first occurrence of the character looked for. In that case, nothing should be printed out. There should not be any index program. So we need to use the find. And then it needs to do the next 3 after that. Then index. Dot find. Like that. Hmm. X. Oh, that won't work. I was gonna say -1, -2, but that's not gonna work because the index isn't gonna pull it, those numbers. We got time. Hmm. All right, let's tackle the first part, which is getting it to print the characters. Rename this to yeah. See here, it's not supposed to print the st, but we got the other part working, so that works fine. Now I just need an if statement for if not, like if the x is, because basically it should just be test prints nothing. Yeah, that works fine. So the big thing would be writing it up in a way where if I guess the big thing would be it's like if character and or character. I need something here. No, it should be the opposite. Not equal. No, it still works. Is it printing a blank? Is minus not supposed? Oh, that's why. I accidentally put a space in there. -1 is T. -2 is S. So why is this going through the if loop? Like, there has to be something wrong here. There we go. It was the or statement. Try this again. Or not. Oh wait, no, I still have. Okay. That worked pretty good. I'm telling you, their exercises are, as long as they don't just like randomly pull out some weird mathematical shit out of their ass and toss it at you, like their exercises are really good for getting you to think on like what you know. Because nothing in here has really been Uh, word knowledge. I guess like in a way maybe the index plus two to some degree, but yeah, I guess I can have cheated with the plus two and the plus one. They haven't really taught that part, but the the biggest thing would be just to like take this out and then be like do this plus three. That'll still work, right? Would still fit in their way because I'm pretty sure they've taught like you have to like increase the index. Make an extended version of the previous program which prints out all substrings which are at least 3 characters long, which begin with the character specified. Hmm. Extended version of the previous program. It has to be a loop, but they haven't taught us how to. I hear like noises, but it sounds like doors opening. Sometimes like some of the neighbor stuff with my like with the way my room is, it sounds like it's closer than it is. Not all substrate. At least 3 characters. But it has to start at the end of that one. Oh, that won't work. Hmm. It like half worked, right? Because it got the mem and it's got the mod, which are the two that it's supposed, but it doesn't get the MMO, the massively mammoth online game. It's because like I need it to be updated, right? So it needs to move along. Maybe index plus one. No, because it still grabs the A and then. Oh, because it's gonna. Get stuck in an infinite loop somewhere. Reason. Oh, I guess I got an infinite loop here. I think my parents might be home. Oh no, they're definitely home. That is definitely noises of them being in the house, or somebody's in the house. One way or the other, in like 7 minutes, I'm about to go downstairs and be either pleasantly surprised or not so pleasantly surprised. So I guess we'll find out. Hmm. Yeah, I get stuck in a loop because my if statement isn't the word banana, which I didn't test it before for banana, actually, now that I think about it. How would I change that? I guess it'd be if length of string index is greater than 2. Hmm. Oh, wait, no, it was less than. No, no, yeah, it's greater than. Does it just stop? Oh. Why does it get chopped down to banana to banana? Or to Anna, not an Anna. I was stuck in an it's for some weird reason it's chopping the thing down to A-N-A instead of just taking off the first letter. I'm actually confused why it's doing that. Wait, why does it flip backwards like oh, because it's grabbing this. Wait, no, why is it just looping forever here? What? It's just stuck in infinite. I don't know why it's just not progressing past the like it progressed just fine the first time through, and then it chops off like two letters, and then for whatever reason it's stuck in not wanting to progress. Anyway, break time. We're gonna see what's whether or not it's a pleasant surprise or not. No, but back. Oh, yeah, the old welcome back. It just casually forgot to set notice. But I don't. I need to stop looking at this. I don't understand why it's getting stuck in. Like it's like it runs through the block just fine until it chops off a couple of like the first two letters and just doesn't want to. I don't understand because it's like index length of string is greater than 2, which it is. Oh, wait, no, yeah, no, it's greater than 2 because it's the length of. Let me stop looking at that. Let me stop looking at that. No, Melo, you're on break. This is the problem with like the timed breaks is that sometimes like I just get caught up in stuff and I don't want to stop thinking about it. But you got to give your brain a break. Oh, also, I checked out. So like Supervive did the hunter progression thing, hunter mastery, little mini hunter mastery progression event thing, which I'm assuming might just be like a recurring theme throughout. Not necessarily the mastery thing, but it might just be an event where they gave out freebies and stuff. I kind of want to get there's a cute little wisp like Santa Claus or like Santa Claus theme thing that I'm like, oh, kind of want to see if I can grind out enough mastery because I have till the 8th of January. I think it's like perfectly achievable because of the way it counts, right? Because it doesn't like, for instance, if you have three, it's like for instance, I have 2 mastery, like level 2 mastery on Bishop, but the way it counts the points is like that's not 2 points, that's 3 points total because it's just adding 1 plus 2. So I think if I can get like 3 characters to like Hero Mastery 3 before that happens, I should be able to because I think it was at 15. Uh, should be able to get it. It didn't look too bad, honestly. It's a little. I feel like it's a little unfortunate that it's tied to Hero Mastery specifically because some of those like missions are kind of hard to get up there. But the fact that it kind of like stacks on top of itself rather than just being like, oh, I need to have like a total of 15 levels is kind of nice. But it seems like a pretty decent little format for possibly like future events they could sprinkle in. They also finally did what I well, not finally, but they did what I like was talking about the other day where it was like just yoink Apex's Evo shield thing. So now fighting and getting kills like starts getting you points so that you can upgrade your shield. Like specifically fighting like teams. Cuz that was something that I said before was it was pretty bad. I imagine it's probably the reason they did the Evo shield change in Apex. It's literally because like it punishes you for picking early fights. The fact that like the shield doesn't evolve from damage to enemies at least because it incentivizes well basically not really incentivizes but it kind of like rewards players who kind of like ring like they do the like the like basically it's like in Apex it's what is it, edge of ring tactic or whatever, where you kind of like move in with the ring while looting around the edge and stuff like that. It's not like as big of an advantage with the Evo shield in respects to like survival, right? But you know, obviously you'll probably, well, in respects to like how strong your team will be, like shield wise, because yeah, you can stumble across. Well, actually not. Well, I mean, now with the way they do their evil shield stuff now, it's like it's better. But you know, this is kind of like older Apex before they did the recent Evo shield system. You could wander and get like blues and purples and stuff, but if teams were fighting and surviving and getting, and moving around and dealing damage and stuff, they could also have like blues and purples. So it's like it's a pretty balancing system. Obviously, you'll still have an advantage for powers, right? If you're a team that's like going around doing vaults and stuff like that and hitting up shops. So it doesn't completely reward like it doesn't really like solve like the issue, but I think like that's a fine problem to have, because just because a team has more powers doesn't necessarily mean that they'll do better, right? Like you can catch a team with good powers off guard and still win and supervive. Same thing in Apex, right? Like a team could have a bunch of like batteries and stuff, and you could still roll them before they get a chance to use any of it if you catch them just right. That doesn't guarantee a win, but it's still fine. I'm cheating a little bit, but the timer's kind of slightly off. The break time's over. Hmm? Oh, keep hitting those curly brackets on it. Okay, so it does hit two for some weird per second reason. Okay, so it should no longer be stuck in an infinite loop now. Why is it four? It should be five. Why is it cutting? Like, I honestly just don't understand why it's cutting it so low. Like, I don't understand why with this specific word it just doesn't want to work out. Right, because it works with mammoth just fine. And I'm pretty sure it works with tests just. Oh, it doesn't work with tests. Is it because of I'm using index? It might be just because I'm using. It works fine with Mammoth, but it doesn't work fine with anything else now. Because it's just infinitely looping itself. I don't know why. Well, I do know why it was infinitely looping itself. I don't know why it's not like following this if string. What's this? Wait, no, it's yeah, the length of if from the index to the end of the string. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no, I kind of figured. Oh, because that's to go outside of it. No, it's like for some weird reason, it's like it's now just being weird with the changes I made. Because like with the word banana, the first one doesn't work at all whatsoever. Because there's an N 2 spaces away from the end. Why is it skipping? Is what I want to know. Because I have it to print the length of the string. And the length of the string is 3. The if statement is if the length of string index length of string is greater than 2, it should check if this first character or the first index is equal to the character we're looking for. And instead of doing that, it just goes straight to the else statement and just breaks. Why? Is what I want to know. Have it print that out. See what it pulls up. Oh, that's why. Because for whatever reason, it says that it's like 3 and then 2. Why does it change the length to 2? Shouldn't the length still be 3? There's 3 characters in it. It goes 0, 1, 2. The length of string is 4. Oh, because it's already chopping it off. Hmm. I just wrote this poorly, basically. Go back to what I originally had. Working. Albeit poorly, but it was working nonetheless. I know this works. At least it should still work. For forgot to have a break. Crap. I shouldn't have done that. Hide that from the new if. Right? This is, I think, where it starts breaking. Okay, no, that worked. And then now this is where it starts getting a little tricky. Because then string needs to equal if this is what I wrote last time. Oh, slightly less complicated. Yeah, and this is where it starts breaking. When I start telling it to go to something else. Why? It's kind of what I don't understand. Like, there's a weird loop, like, interaction when I chop off the first letter versus this. I mean, I guess, like, the. Maybe I'm just making it too complicated. No, because now I chopped it all the way off to the end. That's it, makes even less sense now. Yeah, no, because length of string needs to be like there has to be something here. Yeah, like it's just like I don't quite understand this whole like the interaction here in this loop. Like why it's not doing it. All because of the fucking word banana. Fucking bananas. They are BANAN. So the index is 2. The length of string is greater than 3. String index to the end is greater than 2. Check if the string character, the first index character. If not, cut the first letter off. It does. You know what the problem is? I know what the problem is. Well, actually, I don't know if that's what the problem is, but it's okay. It's not what the problem is, but still, I think it's like a decent step in the right direction. Got that breaks here. It still breaks. I don't know why. Like I feel like it should work, but obviously it doesn't. There is no way that the length of the index doesn't update itself. It's not updating itself through the loop, so I'm being a moron. Oh my god, no fucking. Did nobody tell me this? Now it's still kind of off because it's writing 4 instead of the 3. But why are you writing 4? The max index shouldn't be changing. Alright, so we solved one problem and then we made another problem. Welcome to coding. Because the max index also needs to update itself. I had two variables that play off of each other. Okay, yeah. I put this back to the 3 that it was at earlier. Does that? Now it broke with test. Did it break with test? I guess technically I don't need here because it's just gonna do the same thing when it goes to the loop. Alright, it's doing the same thing again where it chops off S, like the first letter, and then that somehow magically makes the length of the string go from 4 to 2, apparently. Why? Why is it doing that? Oh. The length of the string is 4. And then it just breaks. Why? Alright, this actually doesn't make a damn lick of sense to me. Let me print it. This is where I should have printed it. Oh, right. You guys can't really see what I'm doing because I'm Python too. Oh, because it needs to be. That's why. It's because it's 3 is not greater than 3, obviously. Bro, this one's a roller coaster ride. so many like simple mistakes that just like adding together, uh, giving me such a headache. Like for instance, having the index and max index outside of the loop. Let's not even talk about that. That made me waste like probably 30 minutes. The rest of it was actually pretty clear cut straight through. This equal one I should have remembered that. Like I shouldn't have had that as greater than. The only one that needs to be greater than is 2. I mean, it's good. Like to be honest, like I don't get uh like I might get like mildly frustrated right when going through it because it's just like why aren't you working? I feel like it's just like a normal reaction, but I think these types of problems that I get hung up on like are good because they get your brain thinking and crunching things and like just having having like in a way it's kind of having my brain think differently. It's also building up experience for like debugging stuff, which is going to be a constant. It's just that like yeah, just getting tripped up. I keep forgetting that I've only been learning how to do this like I think a little under a month or about a month now. That's always been my problem when I try to learn something new. The standard that I usually hold myself to is oftentimes a little higher than it needs to be at certain points. Like I sometimes forget that I'm just a complete beginner at this. And so then I get like frustrated and just think I'm like stupid when it's like you are stupid, but reasonably so. Oh. Oh, actually, I'm so glad I didn't see that hint. I think that hint would have fucked me up if I'd actually seen it. They had a hint on it for it, but it I think it actually would have tripped me up if I saw the hint. The only problem here is well, I guess it would just break if it's like 2, right? Yeah, it would just stop. Like this wouldn't work. All right. And then like if I do test and then I want S, okay, yeah, it still works as it's supposed to. Because like as long as it's not greater than or equal to 3, it's not gonna run itself the while loop, right? Like that's just a built-in self break. Because the interesting thing is you could still do this for with a for loop. Because in a for loop, it would be what? Right? Something like that. That work? Has to be fun. Need to do it one more than what actually. That's yeah, like who makes that ridiculous? Let's see if it works for banana. See if banana breaks it. Banana does break it. So then I just need another if statement. Oh, wait. Why did I say 0? Yeah. So you just need that. Yeah. It's still like half the size of the previous one. You just do it in a for loop. I was gonna sit there and be like, oh, this is probably a case where it'd be like you'd use the while loop instead of the for loop, and then I thought about it for like half a second. I went, no, it's not. You could still make this like work better in a for loop. It looks so much cleaner in the for loop too. I'm gonna stop looking at it. I'm gonna get mad. I'm just looking at the for loop like you piece of garbage. I'm getting I'm looking at the for loop and I'm getting mad at Rook because of that one comment he made about how he's just like, bro, while loop, why make a for loop? Like in a case of where you kind of know the beginning and the end. Second occurrence of a substring. There is no second or first occurrence. The program should print out a message accordingly. Cannot overlap. Substring AA is at index 2. How in the fuck? Oh, I guess it's like make it go have like an occurrence counter. When that hits 2, make it print break. Probably how I would do that. like string.find, right? Oh no, that's just gonna work anyway. Hmm. Because the point is that with the while loop, it'll just raise the occurrence count regardless with how I have it written. So I need to put that in its own little like if conditional. Trying to think of like what to make it. Realistically speaking, like the way I'm thinking of doing it is probably just do. It would be 10 times easier in a while loop, honestly, or in a for loop. But it's like if uh string zero. Oh, actually, that wouldn't work either because it's two. Well, I don't know. I guess we'll find out if it works. I think that should keep it from being an infinite loop. Nope. See, the other problem is that like if I have it pop up, like restart the string shorter, it'll it won't whatchamacallit, like it won't properly save the index where it needs to be. Hmm. How did I do this? This is actually kind of like my brain can't really figure this out. Um, let's put it to 1 and see if it'll pick it up with 1. I think part of it is just because it's using AB. Yeah, it's because it's using AB. I can't use substring for that, like as a parameter. All right, first we're gonna get rid of this. Get rid of this. We're going to have it print the index. Gonna print these out. Hard code stuff in until we get it to work. Hmm. Why is it not working? I'm actually kind of intrigued right now because it should technically be working, but it says it doesn't find it. When in the other examples, it should be popping up with index things. Hmm. Why isn't it working? At this point, like this, I've literally just written it down how it's like written down in the module, but it says it's not working. Oh wait, duh. Okay, never mind. It is working. I'm just stupid. I keep forgetting that the first index is 0, not 1. Right. Okay, so that works. So it is working with AB. Now the issue is that I need it to ignore. Oh, I guess like I could do a boolean, right? While we'll just type something like kind of easy. Oh, the problem is that like I don't think find is a boolean though. No, it's an integer. string. The really big issue is that, all right, this is kind of where it trips up a little bit, where they kind of don't teach you how to do it more than once. Okay, this is actually they pull it at MIT, where they teach you how to use the word find, but then they kind of don't really give you any examples on how to use it repeatedly in the way they want you to. For instance, in this part, because they want you to have it find repeat occurrences, but in order to do that, it has to you have like at least the way like I made it work the first time was I had it basically cut out this first string, like the first index, every time it did it. But if I do that, then it won't say the right index of where the second occurrence is. And they don't really show you prior to that, like how to set that up. Like the only thing I can think of is that you write it twice, but I got nothing. I got nothing, and technically it's break time. It's a little uh, after what it would normally be, but it's fine. Kind of got stumped on that one. That one, they kind of pulled a bit of a MIT problem set where it's like they're like, well, here's find. Now learn how to use it repeatedly on your own, and it's like, oh, okay, yes. I'll have to look some stuff up. I was googling some stuff on Stack Overflow, but that was some of it was a little weird. I know they also said that apparently we covered like functions. We didn't cover that. At least not in the capacity I know them. Yeah. Yeah, functions how I know them, they haven't really that's the one after what we're on. Yeah, this one's so weird. This one's not quite like the quadratic formula jump, but it's still kind of up there. Cause it needs to go through the loop, like, cause the issue is it needs to go through the loop. Well, it needs a while loop because it needs to go through the string. Keep track of you need to have it keep track of the two time like the how many times the index or the substring occurs, and then uh have it say the second time it happens. But the problem is that the way they showed us how find works, it stops at the first instance it finds. Yeah, it returns either the first index where it is found, or -1 if the substring is not found within these. The only thing I can think of is that you have to kind of like brute force it, because the point is it still needs to have the entirety of the length of the string in order to retain the original index, right? Because if I do it my way, it's just going to say the index is 0, because it's just going to chop the string, be like, okay, here's 1, keep chopping the string. And then on the second one, it's going to be like, okay, we're at 2 occurrences, index is 0, which is not true. Could it just be? Well, no, because again, it'll be. Hmm. And the way they've taught it, I don't know how to like manipulate the find. I'm probably gonna have to like quote unquote cheat, or at least I consider it cheating. If I have to go outside of the program to learn something, I consider it cheating. But like, as in like googling like what it does, like how to use it. I think this is probably the first instance of them showing us something and then not like, in my opinion, properly teaching us how to use it in different ways. Because they literally just used it a couple of like different ways, and then like I would say the find all substrings one was also like, it was kind of like tiptoeing in that direction, but At least I kind of like understood enough to still be able to manipulate it and make it work. But this last one, where it's like you need to have the substring, it needs to find the second occurrence, cannot overlap. So, like for instance, our example was like if you have four A's and the substring is AA, then index is supposed to be 2 and not 1, right? Like that was like their example, right? Like if you have like if this is your string and this is your substring, it can't be the second occurrence isn't this one and it's not this one. Like the occurrences have to be that and that. So the first and the third A. So 0 or 2. Which if you want the second one, it has to be 2. But the problem is they never really showed you how to do that. Like they taught you about like slicing and stuff, but in regards to this, it's they did a pretty piss poor job of teaching you the find operation and then being like or method call and then just kind of just like I just know how to use it, and that's just like huh. I don't know. I'll probably just tab it as a skip it for now and come back to it later. Come back to it sometime down the line. Anyway, this is dinner time. Gonna go figure out. I don't know if my parents ate before they got here. Probably go figure that out. I don't think they did because they didn't bring any food. So, because usually they stop by somewhere on the way back, or at least like close enough on the way back they bring something back, but they didn't today. I don't think they did. So I have to see what they're gonna eat so that I can decide what I'm gonna eat. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. We can go back. We can go say hi to Yunako. Usually I just lork, but there. I don't know the ending. We're gonna speed. We're gonna speed finish. But thank you everybody for watching. I do appreciate it. It was really nice of you. Have a good day. It was really nice of you as well. Stay safe, stay hydrated. See you guys in the next one. Bye bye.